anniversary.
Ballet, as we know it, was born into the atmosphere of magnificence and extravagance that was the life here at Versailles in the late 17th century, when it was just being completed by Louis XIV, the Sun King. And what a brilliant and imaginative man he was. Versailles was the place that he loved best. He held his court here whenever he wasn't away leading his armies in war. And he supervised every detail of the chateau during the 20 years it took to build, and of the gardens which were laid out by Monsieur Le Notre. Since he was king from the age of 5, he reigned for 72 years, and it does seem odd to me that the history books never mention what he did for ballet. They hardly bother to say that in his youth he was a very keen dancer, because grace of movement was a manly virtue in the 17th and 18th centuries, and Louis excelled in this, as in everything he did. Until his time, ballets were only held at court, and they were nothing like they are today. The dancers were courtiers, so they were all amateurs, and the settings weren't theatres, but more likely a large hall in a palace. Louis made his first appearance in a court ballet when he was 12, and he was 14 when he played the Sun in a performance that lasted for 13 hours, interspersed with a few banquets. This ballet glorified his virtues as the supreme monarch, the Sun King, and he was always known by this name.
I can just imagine him entering the Hall of Mirrors, this superb room, and walking slowly through the crowd of people on either side, the men bowing and the ladies making a deep curtsy as he passes by. Every step Louis took was majestic, as he graciously acknowledged their reverence by doffing his hat to the ladies and highest dignitaries, or simply touching it in greeting to some of the lesser ranks. For every detail of etiquette at court was very finely regulated. Not all the courtiers wanted to be away from Paris. It was Louis who liked to hunt by day in the surrounding countryside, and when there was music and dancing here at night, he enjoyed his favorite dance, the slow courante. But it was essentially a tiny society. Everyone knew every detail of everyone else's life here. No one had secrets, not even the king. Louis had fallen in love with Versailles when he brought his bride here. They were married in 1660. At that time, none of this part of the palace existed. It was just a quite modest chateau which was built by his father. From the start, I think he was really rather more in love with Versailles than he was with his new wife, because it was only 4 years later. In fact, it was just as soon as these gardens were laid out and completed that he gave the first of the grand fetes at Versailles, and it was mainly in honor of his mistress. These marvelously imaginative entertainments were set in various parts of the gardens and palace. Banquets were set out in the open and fruits hung from the trees. Special theatres were built in the park where the king and his guests watched the first performances of plays written specially for the occasion by Molière. An octagonal pavilion was the setting for formal dances. The first fete lasted for 3 days and included a new ballet composed by Lully. The marble courtyard, which is the entrance to the palace, was transformed into another stage and illuminated by 4,000 candles. The fete ended with a magnificent display of fireworks. It seems to me that Louis must have given a great deal of thought to dance, and that he was the first person who realized it was capable of becoming a theater art, like acting, which was already fully professional, because in its status as court ballet, it was limited. The performers were amateurs, and although the steps were very difficult, they couldn't progress further. He foresaw that in the hands of professional dancers, the art could develop limitlessly, and he set ballet on its long history when he established the first professional ballet school and company, and that was in 1669. And I can't help thinking how surprised he would have been then if he could have looked ahead 300 years and seen how that little seed that he planted would grow and flourish and would spread right across the world, even to far Cathay, which we call China. For you can see ballet now from Caracas to Cape Town to Peking, and the technique is universal. The names of the steps are still in French everywhere because of their origin under Louis XIV. The Peking Ballet School was founded in 1954, and the graduate students recently performed a new work by a Chinese choreographer to music by a Chinese composer on the Hans Christian Andersen story of the Little Match Girl. From the Peking Ballet School to the Paris Opera, students around the world are hard at work in their daily ballet classes. Wherever they are, the technique is the same. Continuing a tradition here that's been going on for 300 years. The boys are accepted into the school between the ages of 10 and 16, so in the early classes they're a little mixed in ages and standards. They have this class every morning, and they work dancing in the theatre in the mornings. In the afternoons, they have their general education all together with the other people from the opera.
Plié, relevé, plus en avant, oui, hein, encore. Plié, relevé, oui, maintenant, pied de tour. C'est trop court derrière. Viens voir, Yannick. Viens voir. Plié. Là. Plié, relevé. Attitude. Non, plié, appuie, appuie ton talon. Il est trop léger, ton talon. Plié, relevé. Non, plus en avant. Encore. Plié, relevé. Et attitude maintenant. Et serrer l'attitude derrière. Plié, sans relâcher ton pied derrière. Oui. Bon, les garçons, premier groupe, on fait les demi-pliés, cinquième.
Now he's telling them what the next step is going to be, and they're picking it up. This is near the end of the class, so they're starting to do the jumping steps, which of course they only do when their muscles are very well warmed up, so as not to damage the muscles or injure themselves.
Et avec la tête surtout, en descendant et en remontant la tête du côté de la jambe, et contraire en haut. Alors, 1.
This is going to be the last step in the class. It's called a grand battement. The class is almost always finished with the grand battement. And they've made their bow, which will be to the public when they grow up and they become dancers. The famous French choreographer Roland Petit began his career here, and he continues a tradition of 300 years. Roland, how old were you when you started?
I started at 10 here in this room, and at 15 I was in the corps de ballet, and at 16 immediately in the corps de ballet here, I started to choreograph. I was not very happy with the ballets I was doing, and I was thinking that it was time for me to start to learn to do choreography, because it was for me the only way to express myself.
So young, but that's very early to start.
But I think that quite all the choreographers started very young. I don't think you become a choreographer when you stop dancing, you know, when you think, I'm going to stop dancing and be a choreographer. I think it's something from your birth in the theater.
I remember being at the first performance of Carmen, which was terrifically exciting. How did you get the idea to do that marvelous Carmen?
You know, I didn't know the opera at that time, and touring Germany, I saw that they were playing Carmen very often there. So one day off, I went to see Carmen, and I went in the theater. They started the overture, and I realized hearing the overture that that was the ballet I was waiting for. So all my ideas of doing a ballet with girls smoking cigarettes and all these things, bedroom scenes and things like that, who hadn't been done in ballets at that time. So all these ideas went in Carmen. I left the theater without seeing the opera that I saw maybe, I don't know, 10 years later, and went to the French consulate, found Mérimée novel, and during the night I had adapted the story as a ballet. The day after I heard the music with my pianist, cut it in pieces, did the ballet, and started the choreography. When we went to London and opened there.
It was marvelous. You did that for Zizi Jeanmaire, who's your wife.
Yes, I mean, we have been, we've known each other since the Paris Opera here. We were child together, working in this room. We met here when we were 10. And we had lots of fight and everything, you know, you remember. and I did this ballet for her, and after this ballet, I mean, then we got married, and we still are.
Carmen was created in 1948 to Bizet's music. This is the bedroom scene with Zizi Jeanmaire and Roland Petit. Around the ceiling of the Foyer de la Danse are portraits of the ballerinas from the very beginning up to the time they built this theater just over 100 years ago in 1875.
When Louis XIV founded professional ballet, his gentlemen courtiers were permitted to appear in the theater performances, but the stage wasn't thought a suitable place for ladies, and so for the first 12 years, all the female roles were danced by young men. Then in 1681, the first professional ballerinas came out on the stage, led by Mademoiselle de la Fonteyn, who was 26 and greatly admired for her lightness and grace. They called her the Queen of Dance, but her public certainly left a great deal to be desired.
They were often drunk or brought dogs into the theater, which added to the confusion when the public sang bawdy songs criticizing the morals of the artist.
I'm glad I'm the second Fonteyn, not the first. She retired early to a convent. Curiously, no one seems to know her first name, but her successor makes up for that. She was Marie-Thérèse Perdue de Soubligny. She had a pretty figure, and she was the first French ballerina to cross the Channel and dance in London. Soubligny danced with Monsieur Ballon, and he was a miracle of elegance. Louis XIV so admired his dancing that he was permitted to shake hands with the monarch and keep his hat on in the royal presence, which was a rare privilege for a commoner, shared only by Monsieur Le Notre, the gardener. Monsieur Ballon had a pupil called Marie Callas, and she was famous for being among the first to use dancing to express emotion instead of only showing technique. Her rival was La Camargo, and she caused a sensation, a scandal in Paris by shortening her skirts so as to show off the brilliance of her footwork in dances like these. When this opera house was built, the men in ballet were considered so unimportant that only ballerinas were chosen for the portraits. And Mademoiselle Vestris, who was an absolutely terrible dancer, has her picture up there, but her brother Gaetano, who was the rage of Paris and known as the god of dance, isn't shown at all. The Vestris came from Italy, and Gaetano made his debut at the opera in 1748. His son Auguste was indeed a superstar. His career came at the time of the first major changes in ballet, when the old-fashioned heavy costumes and enormous wigs disappeared. And Auguste, in his thin shirt and breeches and his very light shoes, was able to leap and spin in a spectacular way that had never been seen before. So with him, ballet technique began to advance on its own. Until that time, the steps of ballet were much the same as the usual court or social dances, which were so difficult that everyone had to take lessons. And the dancing masters were constantly devising new dances for them to do. These varied considerably from country to country around Europe. In 1780, for example, when Auguste was 20 years old, the grandees of Spain were enjoying a newly invented dance called the bolero.
Spanish dancing contributed a great deal to ballet technique, particularly the curved arm positions and movements. Influences like these were carried all over Europe by the professional dancers and especially the ballet masters, who seemed to travel constantly. It amazes me how much they did travel, considering how long and hazardous some of those journeys must have been.
It must have been delightful at the time working in a theatre like this one built in 1766. Most of the theatres from that period were burnt down at least once and have been rebuilt. This is a royal palace at Drottningholm near to Stockholm, and the story of its little theatre is like a fairy tale. It slept for over 100 years, and when it was rediscovered in 1921, no one remembered it had ever been a theatre. But now every summer it relives its past. Cupid Out of His Humour is a recreation by Mary Skeeping of a ballet that dates from the time of Louis XIV. Cupid, the god of love, has lost his wits and the world laments, but the goddess Venus tries to bring him back to reason. Diana interrupts the scene, and the two goddesses quarrel over Cupid until a roll of thunder announces the arrival of Jupiter, who restores the peace. The thunder machine was just some stones in a long wooden box. The entire theatre was lit only by candles. In the wings, these battens have 5 metal containers, each holding 2 candles. And all of them can be rotated towards the stage for more light or away from the stage to dim it by this winch here. Obviously, these were the most terrible fire risk. I think it's rather ironical that the electric substitute is caged, whereas the naked flames were completely unprotected. But here we have an 18th century firefighting appliance, a large kind of rope broom which you dipped in a bucket of water and beat out the flames. If more water's needed, there's always the sea. that a simple trick? No theatre was built in the old days without that most essential part of the magic, a trap. Down here, everything happens with the efficiency of a ship, a sailing ship, of course, with wood, ropes and pulleys operated by hand. In the 18th century, that was how theatres normally worked. Here is the 10-second scene change, this capstan turned by 4 men. During scene changes, it's only a couple of steps to the star dressing room, and the other dressing rooms are very nearby. They don't build theatres like that anymore. Nor could one possibly imagine the luxury of hand-painted, original 18th century wallpaper. This seems to be quite thick paper, and it's stitched down the seams and nailed at the edges. I love the bluebirds. Everyone's a little bit different. Over here, a little washstand and the dressing table. And this is a wig block. It was one of the things found in the theatre when it was rediscovered, so it is part of the old 18th century equipment. The dancers and the actors who would have been working in this theatre would very likely have been members of a group of traveling players who might have come from as far as France or Italy, and they would stay here for the whole summer season, children and all, and they lived right upstairs. This apartment has 2 rooms, probably for the principals of the troupe. Lovely stove here. That would have kept warm all day long. And the bed. Oh, rather hard. I think it's made of straw. This is the sitting room. You'd hardly believe we were in a theatre, but just the other side of that wall is the upper part of the stage area. The performances would have included the children. This trick dance very probably had its origins long ago in Italy, and it's used in a ballet called Dance Mania, first given in 1800. While kings and courtiers were entertained in their private theatres, the country people amused themselves with simpler summer pleasures.
This rustic scene in the French countryside would be another perfect place for dancing on the green. But it's many years since anyone lived in these well-kept cottages, and even then the owner of the big house never slept the night there. She always returned to one of her palaces nearby, because this is in a corner of the park at Versailles, where little over 100 years after Louis XIV built his magnificent chateau and founded ballet at the Paris Opera, Queen Marie Antoinette built this little village, and she used to come here dressed as a milkmaid to escape from the tedious formalities of life at court. Perhaps unconsciously, she was reflecting the changing artistic tastes that preceded the French Revolution, and ballet, of course, was affected too by these changes. For the first time, stories about the gods and goddesses of mythology gave way to plots about ordinary people, the peasants and bourgeoisie. It was in 1789, just 2 weeks before the revolution broke out, that the French choreographer Jean d'Auberval created the first important ballet of this kind. It was called La Fille Mal Gardée, and taken from this picture, which shows a mother scolding her disobedient daughter for flirting with the boy next door. In 1960, Frederick Ashton created his own version for Britain's Royal Ballet, and an excerpt is danced here by Wendy Ellis and David Wall as the lovers, and Ronald Emblem as the mother.
music for the Lovers' Pas de Deux was written for the famous ballerina Fanny Elsler when she danced the ballet.
The magic of dance is made possible by a grant from S-Mart and Danskin Incorporated in honor of Danskin's 100th anniversary.
The Thames will take us to London town, of wonderful beauty and great renown. And right at the heart of London stands the Royal Opera House, usually known as Covent Garden, a magic name. High up above the auditorium of Covent Garden, in the dome of the ceiling, is this little room where the follow spotlights are operated. And when the lighting designer sends his messages over the intercom, he says, "Dome, pick up Miss Fonteyn in a 9 pink," or something like that. So I always call the operators my friends, the dome men. And when I'm way down there, a little speck on the stage, I know that I depend on them entirely because so much of the magic of theatre is in the lighting, and especially the follow spots. They used to be called limes, and there's a Victorian print that sums it all up very aptly. Coming out in the limelight, going home in the rain, it says. And that is often the story of theatre life. Not literally walking home in the rain, perhaps, but away on tour, going from city to city and returning to the empty hotel room every night after the show. But the stage never loses its magic. It's always a challenge, the promise of success and glory and the risk of failure. The first time I ever appeared on that stage down there was in a summer opera season. I was just 15 and the newest member of the back row of the Corps de Ballet. A Nibelung in the Rheingold, in fact. Tonight, my friends here will be following me in the spotlight in a special performance, a tribute to my 60th birthday. Frederick Ashton has choreographed a new dance for me, in which I remember snatches of many of the ballets that he created for me in the past, and he will join me in the last few bars on the stage. Before the curtain goes up, I'm a little nervous, as always. A kiss from Frederick Ashton, the greatest choreographer of our time. At the end of the evening, all the company are on stage after Ashton's ballet Façade, in which Robert Helpman danced the tango with me. He was my first partner when I was 15 and for many years. Ninette de Valois is the most important person in British ballet. From the start, with a group of 6 girls, she's built up this great Royal Ballet Company with its own school, its own style and tradition, now among the finest in the world. And at 80, she's still very much involved in it all. Without her guidance over the major part of my career, I would never have had all those wonderful years out in the limelight. The empty auditorium, the curtain down, and that was the official end of my career. But it's never really an end, because no matter who comes and goes in the ballet, it's always on with the dance. That curtain will rise tomorrow night on the new stars and young stars in the making, and they'll continue the tradition that I inherited and helped to pass on. They'll live the same life, classes, rehearsals, the grease paint and the glory of performance. Some of them start about 9 or 10 years old, and some of us start much younger. This is exactly how I took my first dancing lessons when I was about 4 and a half. Those little girls learn dancing once a week, and they take a Royal Academy of Dancing examination each year. Only very few of the thousands who learn dancing as children ever reach the professional ballet, but those who do continue to take a daily class throughout their careers.
Get behind, up, over, shoot the fingers, easy to it, in, no arm lifting, up, shoulder squared inside, to it, and through, come on, keep with it, up, flip, and other leg, yes.
This could be any morning at the Royal Ballet. The teacher today is Terry Westmoreland, who is one of the dancers in the company before he decided to concentrate on teaching.
In.
The dancers have been working at the bar now for about 25 minutes. Everyone's equal in a class. The principals and the corps de ballet all get the same treatment.
Straight. Yep, do it. Come on, calm on top, ease, and up, don't think, up on it, up, in, keep the hips squared, in, up and in, up and go 1, 2, now cover, up and cover, right, much better, okay, in center please, down here, let's have girls in front, huh, girls in front, it's quasi, into the corner, and the fifth, and the arabesque, and the fifth, and the efface, and up, and the écarté, and find the balance. Tombe, calm preparation, now opposition, blade and thigh, out to the fourth, tombe into the fourth, and your pirouette en dehors into the fifth, okay? Croisé with épaulement, croisé arabesque. Effacé, passé, écarté, lifted, testing the balance, into the tombe pas de bourrée, long pirouette en dehors fourth, and the second time, finishing. Clean focus, huh? Use eyes. Direct. And up, in, out, good. In, the head, and back. Right back with thigh. Over it. Now cover, pull in. Over, door, in, better. Same thing. Think quasi. Over, in, with supporting knees tall. You must hold your thigh back, you must grow taller during pirouette. Weight over. To it. Now breathe, up. Better, head clean. Focus to corner, eyes, use it, in. No drop of blade. Okay, big jump. Girls, please, small groups. And. One up to it. One up to it. Pas de chat. In. Up. Over. Stop through feet. Just stay there. Great. And your soda bus, turn it down and fly. 1, 2. Wait forward. 1 up. Over. Don't slap your wrist. Over. Pas de chat. Up. In. Yes. Now 2 back more. 3. Through the feet. Wait forward. Go forward into it. 1, 2, up, off. 1, up, 2. Forward step. Dance through the feet. Hold your heels. Yep. Up and up. Your weight back on landing. Soda bus blade coming forward. Now rebel guard, up over. Up and the jeté, easy shoulder. Double soda bus, do it. Better. Come on, put it up. Get squared. Plie fifth. In. Nearly. 1. Up. Over. And 1. Up. Over. Off. That one. Do it. Don't make your first restart too big. It's on place. In. Up. Do it. Yes. And 1. Up. And up. Now focus it. Do it. Double head here. Focus side. Focus front. Blade forward. In. Through. Thank you. That's it. Up to the room. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Good.
Then the dancers have a short break of 15 minutes before they go into the rest of the day's rehearsals, which are usually in the studio, unless they're final rehearsals, and they take place on the stage.
Let's go from the run round again, would you please? We got any music? If we haven't, we'll have to sing. And don't forget, as you come round, give us a nice smile, you know, something really nice as you go round.
Michael Soames was the leading dancer with the company, and we've danced together all over the world. Now he's the ballet master.
Tidy, tidy. Now, all right, left side. Da-da-da-dee-dum, pum-pum. Tie-dim, tie-dum. Yes, now even there, you know, it would be nice if you got the ribbons down together. You were down ahead of that was. I think it's ta-dee-da-dim, ta-dim, pa-pum, and if you pa-pum on the same. I think we'll do it again, and you try it once more, that thing, because when you, still, girls, whoever has Alice's, you're inclined to pull her back.
No, especially if they pull.
Yes, but then you see... Yes, but if they pull back, you do this. I mean, you should keep it up above.
Tension there.
Well, keep it straight up above your head. You must keep the tension, but and if this happens, it's hopeless.
Oh, no, I'll pull them.
Well, do that. Right, let's have it once more. So you're going round. So you do. And da-dum, keep that knee straight, point that toe. A nice smile. Thank you, Callas. Dim, ta-dee-da-ta-dee. No, you see, that's where it's wrong. You do this. Look, give me the thing. Get there and watch. Look, other hand. Now, you get here like this. Now, watch, left foot, isn't it? What you do is you do that.
Yeah.
That is hopeless. Keep it over your nut. There, it's there. You can see it there. Now, as you go, you literally do that. Keep it here. See, don't open it out, because that'll pull you over. Just try it a minute. So you do, and dee-di-di-dum. There you are, di-dum. Not as good as me, but fair. Right, now look, I'd like to do that again with the music this time.
Dancers always put on their own makeup. They learn it as students in the school. The teacher here is Ronald Emblem, who's a character dancer with the company.
You know, if you take, 4 or 5 minutes to take off your makeup, you've lost your interval already, and then you're late for the stage. Now we're going to try to make a Coppelius makeup. We're not going to make this one. We're going to make a much sketchier one that perhaps you'd have to do in a very quick change if you had very little time between ballets. So there, you then start to use sort of added things. Other than makeup, you can use glue and hair. Obviously, this old eccentric toy maker needs to have a little bit of age about him. But instead of making lines in this particular case and grease paint, what I'm doing is using hair. This crepe hair you can buy by the yard. Don't get too worried, I'm going to trim this later. You can buy by the yard, and it glues on quite easily. If you have a wet face cloth and you just press it onto the head, with any luck it will stay. And we should really have a wig, of course, but we'll tidy up the hair in a little minute. Right. Now, for the actual character, again very quickly. Can you turn around this way? Russell's not really very thin, but I'll try and make him a little thinner on this side, and then fatter on the other side. So look, close. Again, this is very sketchy, and I'm really only trying to give you another aspect of the makeup. This is the marvellous thing about this stuff, is that you can cut it to whatever shape you like. And also you can cut out all the bits that are either up your nose or in your eyes. Again, I'm not really taking...
The endless enchantment of makeup is the make-believe, when the young can pretend to be old if they try, or the old can pretend to be young. How many times have I looked in that mirror as I put on my makeup for Swan Lake, Sleeping Beauty, an important first night, or an exciting gala at Covent Garden, or just one of the hundreds of performances that go to make up a long career. I never felt it was routine. What they call the smell of the greased paint and the lure of the footlights never lost their magic for me. The Opera House fireman always brought me a cup of tea at the end of the show. My favorites were all the Frederick Ashton ballets. The last one he created for me was the first ballet ever created for Rudolf Nureyev. It was Marguerite and Armand. Ashton chose Liszt's music and the well-known story by Dumas called The Lady of the Camellias, about the love of a famous courtesan and a young man of good family, set in mid-19th century Paris when such a liaison was a social scandal. Michael Soames played Armand's father. Let's imagine those moments when the curtain rises and all that we can see from the stage are the lights shining through the darkness. As the ballet opens, Marguerite is dying of consumption, and in her delirium she relives the episodes of her love for Armand. Amid the confusion of her dreams, she imagines she sees him far away and out of her reach. Imagination, Armand seems to appear before her. Marguerite in her dreams goes back to the day of their first meeting. At that time, her illness was only in the early stages. She gave Armand a camellia, and she remembers that it was at an evening party where she was surrounded by men and escorted by a rich duke. Armand and Marguerite had fallen in love, and she dreams of the days when Armand took her away from Paris to the country where they lived in idyllic happiness. One day, Armand's father arrived, and he persuaded her that she must renounce his son. Marguerite gave him no explanation. She let him believe that she really wanted to return to her old way of life in Paris. She remembers Armand's fury when he found her surrounded by her admirers. The young men had always been sure she would go back to them. They were waiting for her to appear covered in diamonds on the arm of the Duke. father was so shocked by his son's conduct that he resolved to tell him the truth of Marguerite's love. Humiliated and broken, Marguerite is on her deathbed when Armand's father hurries to tell her that Armand will soon be with her again. I've tried to tell you something about theatre and dance and what they mean to me. But why we do ballet is more difficult. Perhaps I wouldn't have chosen ballet as a profession if I'd known that staying at the top once you get there is rather like running up a down-going escalator. If you stop running, down you go. But then that's the fun of it. It's the challenge that we love, and also the dancing. Those hours spent in the classes and rehearsals that outsiders usually think are so onerous are sometimes the best part, when we can put our whole heart into it without having to worry about the audience. Those can be very magical moments. But so far as I'm concerned, if it's the pas de chat or the cha-cha-cha, the rumba, the samba, the Morris dance, or the grand pas de deux, it's all the magic of dance.
We might just get there.
Good. Keep going. If by chance you should get a busy signal, which means that our phones are busy, then you can call an 800 number, 800-528-6050. But at the present time, you still should be able to get through.
Toll free,
of course, needless to say.
And our volunteers that you see working busily in the background here are from the Connecticut College Club of Washington. And they are here throughout the evening to take your calls, 379-1300 or toll free, 800-528-6050. And standing by is an important person in the WETA Development Department, and you know she likes to hear about money and she loves to hear those phones ringing.
That's right.
We're talking about Candace Loss, and she's got some great thank you gifts. Candace?
Go, Candace.
Thanks, Gwen. What I really like to hear and see is perspiration on the brows of our volunteers. You're really working them. They came here to do that, so keep the calls coming. And if it is busy, call the 800 number. Again, we have the Archer Rubinstein Emperor Concerto album with the Boston Symphony Orchestra. If you love the performance, you'll love this album. It's available for a $50 pledge. Please call us if we run out of records, which we won't do, but we'll even go out to a record store and get some more. But we'll send these off to you. Just call and ask for the $50 pledge, Archer Rubinstein. Paul?
Thank you. Things have quieted down a bit now. I don't
Tell them how much Candace loved that. She was humming the whole thing in the dressing room.
Candace had, when she was traveling, had the little cartridge cassette tape in her car.
Of the Emperor Concerto.
Of the Emperor Concerto. She knew every note. I mean...
She sang right along.
Painfully every note.
Arpeggio for arpeggio.
In fact, Rubinstein turned around one time and said, look, can you keep it down? I mean, this is my show over here, right? You know, hum it to yourself, lady, all right? And she knew every note, I'm telling you. We want to tell you about the $100 match from the Eugene and Agnes E. Meyer Foundation again. For every $100 pledge or more, you will have matched from the Agnes and Eugene Meyer Foundation $100 immediately. So,
hey,
needless to say, without going into a great deal of mathematics, $100 becomes Viola.
Just
$200
like
immediately. So please, if you can afford $100, now is the time to call in. 379-1300 and make that pledge.
And we've got a little game for you. Imagine this. You're swept away by some of the greatest actors, musicians, and dancers of our time. Your children learn that learning is fun. Your entire family is fascinated by the wonders of nature in awe-inspiring science programs. And finally, imagine a dazzling procession of special features, unique series, and classic movies that everyone enjoys. Now, imagine, where could you go to experience all of that? You know the answer to that right there where you are. Day after day, Channel 26 presents great performances by some of the world's greatest performers. WETA's commitment to quality programs simply cannot stop. You know that. Their commitment to children's programming is a top priority. NOVA and National Geographic programs have helped establish the high standards in quality television programs that you have come to expect from public television and nowhere else. And WETA is constantly looking for new programs that are of special interest to the viewers of this station. And that's why we're here tonight, Paul Anthony.
Right. So we want to ask you, you're going very well here, and we want to entice you to call 379-1300. As we said, we're coming out of this membership series now in 2 more nights. Wednesday night's the last night.
Wednesday
and then Christmas time, no more interruptions as usual in the course of the year. What is it? What is the figure? 2% of the time?
2%.
2% of the broadcast year we spend doing this. Even though some of you think we've made we think it's 20%. It isn't.
It's not.
It's
only
2% of the time. So you see a lot of stuff.
We have a very special premium that you may want to consider at this time. It's a 13-inch Sony Trinitron TV, and it's the leader in color television ingenuity. If it's a Sony, you know it's reliable, easy to use, and most of all, you get the Sony award-winning color picture. And they use Sonys here at WETA in the studio because they need a quality picture that they can count on. This 13-inch TV has some very special features, including express tuning, an earphone jack for private listening, and an auxiliary input designed for video games. That's fun. So call with your $750 pledge and request that very special premium, the 13-inch Sony TV. You can carry it around with you.
That is right. We are about to join another great milestone program.
Wonderful show.
Which is going to come from Paris, London, and Italy, and Chicago, Illinois, which is going to be paying tribute to Maria Callas and some of the greatest performers in the business, be they singers or musicians, are going to be performing here. I'm Paul Anthony.
I'm Gwen Kelly, and you're going to love it.
In a little while.
WETA's Monday evening broadcast operations are supported in part by a grant from the Riddell Companies. This program is a simulcast on WETA 26 and FM 91. WETA's local broadcast of an international tribute to Maria Callas is made possible by a grant from the C&P Telephone Company.
Great Performances is made possible by a grant from Exxon, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, this station, and other public television stations.
These are Greek worry beads, and they belonged at one time to Maria Callas. Now they belong to me. I had them from her the last time I saw her, year before she died in Paris. And I treasure them as I treasure memories of her, because she was, without any question, the greatest singer of our time. She would have been 60 years old a week ago. And tonight, opera houses on 2 continents are interrupting their regular scheduled programs to pay homage to this extraordinary woman. I think that future generations of opera singers and opera lovers and opera goers will always have Maria Callas as their standard. She has become the Bible, and she already is that standard. I have no doubt that whoever else appears on the scene, Callas, through her many films and recordings, thank God, will remain to guide us and to show us the extraordinary relationship between the uttered word and the sung note, to say nothing of the expressivity of the face, of the hands, of the whole body, of dramatic movement in song. I don't think there is likely to be her equal soon. If you asked me to tell you why she was so great and why she was the greatest acting singer of our time, I would probably not be able to find the words. But perhaps this film can do what 1,000 words cannot.
Maria Callas are being celebrated tonight at 4 opera houses with which she was intimately associated. Milan's La Scala, where she debuted in 1951. Chicago's Lyric Opera, the scene of her American debut. The Paris Opera, where she first sang in 1958. And London's Royal Opera, where she appeared for the last time in opera in 1965. This unprecedented international celebration is a benefit for the Maria Callas Foundation, created to aid young singers. Tonight, over a dozen of the world's foremost operatic artists will pay tribute to the singer who has come to symbolize the highest standards of performance and artistic achievement. Among them are colleagues who appeared with Callas during her luminous years on the stage, as well as younger singers who have been influenced by the power and magnetism of her art. Of all the theaters remembering Callas this evening, none reverberates more with memories of her greatest triumphs than Milan's La Scala. It was here she appeared in Medea and La Sonnambula with Leonard Bernstein. And here she participated in a series of renowned productions created for her by the late film and stage director Luchino Visconti. One of their most memorable collaborations came in 1955 with a new production of La Traviata by Giuseppe Verdi. To recall that theatrical event, Lauren Mazel, music director of the Vienna Opera, will conduct the orchestra of La Scala in the prelude to Act 3 of La Traviata. Lauren Mazel of the Vienna State Opera has just conducted the orchestra of La Scala in the prelude to Act 3 of Verdi's La Traviata. The first singers this evening will be mezzo-soprano Agnes Balza and tenor Placido Domingo. Miss Balza was the first recipient of a Callas Scholarship Grant, personally awarded to her by the late soprano. Like Callas, Miss Balza is Greek and has made a specialty of the bel canto repertoire. Miss Balza and Mr. Domingo will be heard in the exciting final duet from Bizet's Carmen. Lauren Mazel will conduct the chorus and orchestra of La Scala. You have just heard mezzo-soprano Agnes Balza and tenor Placido Domingo perform the final duet from Bizet's Carmen with the chorus and orchestra of La Scala, Lauren Mazel, conductor. This opening portion of our gala concert originated from the stage of Milan's La Scala Opera House, one of 4 major houses that have joined this evening to honor the late Maria Callas. After a brief intermission, we will journey to Chicago and the stage of the Lyric Opera, where Callas made her American debut in 1954. Stay tuned for performances by John Vickers, Ileana Kotrubash, Alfredo Kraus, and Renata Skorka.
What a program.
I'm telling you, I would pay $50 to see the inside of that La Scala Opera House.
Well,
right?
we were just
Forget about the
talking,
music.
actually, about how many other programs would you be able to go to those locations that we're
Tremendous.
seeing
Covent
tonight
Garden
the
and
very
Paris
next
Opera.
day.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let me tell you right off the bat here, we have a $100 match now.
Yeah.
We used up the Eugene and Agnes E. Meyer Foundation money from the law firm of Linnos and Blocker. They will match every $100 pledge with another $100. So please, if you're so inclined, if you need some enticement to pledge that $100, here's another great thing, great benefit. Somebody else is going to come up with an additional 100 if you put your 100 in. 379-1300. We're only going to be here for 7 minutes each time during this program because we don't want to cut in and make these too extended for you. So we're going to make them terse and pithy, which means, and I don't have a speech impediment, and it means that you're going to have to, if you're going to respond, you respond quickly, get it out of the way so that we can get it over with, okay? We're going to get right down to business. But do you like the tribute to Maria Callas so far? I can hear thunderous applause out there, right? Yes, of course. Then go to your phone and pledge your support to Channel 26 right now, quickly. Takes a minute. We're on the last few days of our fundraising drive, and we need your help now. You know it costs quite a bit of money to bring programs like tonight's tribute to Maria Callas on the air. We can't do it without you. It's as simple as that. We come to you in our humility. We don't run advertisements to pay our bills. We count on your support. The more viewers and listeners who become members of WETA, the more WETA can do for you. More performance and arts programming than other stations. Call in your pledge today to ensure that these great programs will be around for you to enjoy tomorrow. Call 379-1300 and pledge now. You can charge your pledge on Visa or MasterCard. You can use our convenient installment plan, or you can pay by check. Call now and pledge. Important that you come forward, whether you give $5 or $5,000. Be counted. 379-1300. Glenn?
We're here to turn all of you viewers into members. And for those of you who would like to make a larger contribution but can't make it all in one payment, WETA understands and has an installment plan for you. Here's how it works. You call 379-1300 and tell the volunteer operator that you want to use the installment plan. Give them the total amount of your pledge, let's say $60, and then tell the volunteer how much you would like to pay each month over the course of the next year. A pledge of $60 could be paid in monthly installments of just $5 a month. We all know that that's simple, so when you think about your pledge, think of it in terms of a whole year.
That's right, absolutely. And $5 a month, I think you will agree, if you're honest with yourself, is not too much money to pay for what you get on this channel simply tonight. How much would it cost you to go to one place? If you went to La Scala Opera, how much? $5? Come on. If you want to pay quarterly, that's okay too. However you want to do it, the important thing is that you do it now. Tell the volunteer who takes your call exactly how you'd like to pay for your pledge. The minimum monthly payment is $5. But of course you can pay more, $10, $20, whatever is convenient for you. You have an entire year to complete your payments, and of course there's no interest charge, no carrying charges. It's a painless way to make a substantial contribution to Channel 26, and it is tax deductible. Music to your ears, sometimes even better than the Emperor Concerto. That's an important benefit to keep in mind this time of year. Just call us at 379-1300. Tell the volunteer your pledge is going on the WETA installment plan. Here now is Candace Loss with a wonderful premium for you to entice you in case you needed it. You don't need it, but she'll tell you anyway. Candace?
Thanks, Paul. Speaking of the installment plan, this is easily divisible by 12. $120 for the Met, the 100 Years of Grand Opera. It's available for a $120 pledge. This is a beautiful book written by Martin Mayer, commissioned by the Metropolitan Opera Guild in honor of the 100th birthday of the Met. This book has a history of the program. It has lots of pictures. I just want to show you one picture of Maria Callas in her debut in 1956 in Norma. There's lots of fabulous photographs. Now, I have another thing for you, the WETA tote bag. This is available for a pledge of $45. Actually is very handy for carrying books and all sorts of things. It's available again, $45 for the tote bag, $120 for the Met book. Please call us, 379-1300. Paul.
I'll tell you, that Met book, you have to eat your Wheaties to carry that baby around. That's a heavy book and worth every penny. Every pledge, regardless of the amount, is very important. We will ask you to think about the many hours of music, drama, news, and entertainment you get from WETA day after day, and then ask you to make a commitment to WETA. A $60 pledge for a year is just $5 a month in our installment plan. A $100 pledge, take two. A $120 pledge breaks down to just $10 per month. The decision is yours, but call now to make that pledge. That is the important thing. The number to call, 379-1300. Our operators are here. We have a third bank here, which is doing nothing. They're looking around, talking with each other. We don't want them to be friendly and talk to each other. We want them to talk to you and be friendly, all right?
The best reason for supporting WETA is the programming, of course. There is, however, a good additional reason that I think we should mention once again, and that is the contribution to WETA is tax deductible. We ask you, why not do yourself a favor and take advantage of a tax break? Now is the time to become a major contributor to WETA and at the same time take a major deduction on your taxes. It is not a bad deal because you give WETA receives, and you get a very nice bonus, and that is a tax deduction on next year's tax, and it's that time of year to be thinking about it.
We keep saying this time after time, such a deal.
Such
you couldn't
a deal.
find anywhere. I mean, you
and
can't
we've
get
got
them
another
anywhere.
good deal, is that we're going back to more of the Callas special that's
right.
taking place in 4 wonderful locations all around
That
the
is
world.
correct. We told you 7 minutes, huh? They went by just like that. Now you tell the truth.
We will be back, though. But now, back to the tribute to Maria Callas. Enjoy.
If you prefer not to telephone with your pledge, write out a check tonight and send it to WETA TV, Box 2600, Washington, D.C. 20013. This program is a simulcast on WETA 26 and FM 91. WETA's local broadcast of an international tribute to Maria Callas is made possible by a grant from the C&P Telephone Company.
Chicago's lyric opera that Maria Callas debuted in her native America. The opera was Norma. The year was 1954. Chicago was also the scene of her only stage performance as Puccini's Madama Butterfly. In addition to her operatic appearances here, Callas was also heard in concert on the stage of the city's Civic Opera House. To open this second part of tonight's gala concert, we will hear music from Wagner's Die Walküre, sung by tenor John Vickers. He is one of many singers honoring Maria Callas this evening who appeared with the soprano during her brilliant career. To Vickers, Callas was an artist who revolutionized opera. The tenor sang Jason to Callas's Medea in Dallas, London, and in Greece. Now, with Bruno Bartoletti, artistic director of the Lyric Opera of Chicago, Mr. Vickers will be heard in Siegmund's Winterstürmer from Die Walküre.
Winterstürmer riechen den Bonnemond, in mildem Lichte leuchtet der Lenz, auf Linnenlüften leicht und lieblich, wunderwebend sich wiegt, durch Wald undAu entweht sein Atem, weit geöffnet lacht sein Auge. Aus wilder Vöglein Song süßer tönt, holder Düfte haucht heraus. Seinem warmen Blut entglühen wonnige Blumen, Keim und Sprossen spritzt eine Kraft. Mit zarter Waffen bezwingt die Welt, Wind und Sturm wiegen der starke Bier, voll Muster den Tag von streichen die strenge Tür, aufweichen die trotzig und starr uns trennte von ihm. Zu seiner Schwester schwang sich hier befreit der Bruder, vertrümmert liegt, was ihn geträumt. Ja, sein Brüß sich, was die Junge vor, verheult. Sind Liebe
John Vickers has just performed Wintersturm from the first act of Richard Wagner's Die Walküre. Bruno Bartoletti, who as a young musician accompanied Callas in recital, conducted the orchestra of Chicago's Lyric Opera. Our next artist is soprano Ileana Kotrubash, who will sing Violetta's first act arias A Forse Lui and Sempre Libera from Verdi's La Traviata. With the offstage voice of tenor Alfredo Kraus, Miss Kotrubash is joined by conductor Bruno Bartoletti. From the stage of Chicago's lyric opera, Ileana Kotrubash has been heard in the final scene of Act 1 of La Traviata under the baton of Bruno Bartoletti. The offstage voice of Alfredo was sung by tenor Alfredo Kraus. Early in his career, Alfredo Kraus appeared with Maria Callas in La Traviata in Lisbon. He has said that he owes an enormous debt of gratitude to Callas for her encouragement at that time. He repays that debt tonight by paying tribute to his colleague with the romantic aria Ah, Lève-toi Soleil from Gounod's Romeo et Juliette. Bruno Bartoletti conducts the orchestra of the Lyric Opera of Chicago.
Quelle soudaine clarté resplendit à cette fenêtre. C'est là que dans la nuit rayonne sa beauté.
That was Ah, Lève-toi Soleil from Gounod's Romeo et Juliette, sung by tenor Alfredo Kraus in homage to Maria Callas. For the aria from Romeo, he was joined by conductor Bruno Bartoletti. Another artist this evening with close ties to Callas is soprano Renata Scotto. Like Miss Callas, Renata Scotto has brought new luster to both the bel canto and verismo repertory. She has chosen to sing tonight the dramatic E ben ne andrò lontana from Catalani's La Valle. She will be accompanied by Bruno Bartoletti and the orchestra of the Lyric Opera of Chicago. You have just heard E ben ne andrò lontana from Catalani's La Valle, sung by Renata Scotto with Bruno Bartoletti. We will return shortly to the third part of tonight's international celebration of the art of Callas. In the next segment, from the stage of the Palais Garnier, the Paris Opera, you will hear soprano Jessie Norman and bass José van Dam in excerpts from Berlioz' The Damnation of Faust.
Electrifying performances and an electrifying program.
Great program.
And we have more to come, too. We are Gwen Kelly.
And Paul Anthony.
And our volunteers from the Connecticut College Club of Washington. We're all here to encourage you to call 379-1300 with your membership pledge. In fact, let me bring you up to date on tonight's goal. We have set a goal for ourselves tonight of hearing from 355 callers, okay? So far, we have heard from about 77, which means yet to go tonight, 278 to help us reach this goal. By the way, on our first break tonight during the Rubenstein program, we reached our goal. In fact, went beyond our goal. So you're helping us do it.
That is wonderful. And we have a matching grant to announce for you here again. The law firm of Linnos and Blocker has graciously contributed $100 for every $100 you contribute. They will match it dollar for dollar. So if you can afford a $100 pledge, boy, now is the time to do it, because the law firm of Linnos and Blocker will match it dollar for dollar. It increases our goal immediately, way up there. So please call us at 379-1300. Make your pledge in any amount, but if you can afford that much, $100 or more, boy, that'll really help out.
Double your money.
What a fantastic show, I think you will agree. Not only do we get to hear some of the greatest operatic voices of all time, we get to step inside famous opera houses like La Scala in Milan, the Paris Opera House, London's Covent Garden. Callas, an international celebration, is pleasing to the eye as well as to the ear. We are lucky to be able to simulcast this presentation on WETA FM 91 in stereo. You can get a quality picture and quality audio as well. WETA is happy to bring you this exceptional program. We are your community TV and radio stations. Community means we serve you. It also means you must do your part to help us serve you better. You can do that by calling 379-1300 and pledging your support to WETA TV and FM. Pledge $20, $60, $120, whatever you think a year of supreme entertainment is worth. Call now, 379-1300. Put it in the proper perspective. Imagine, not imagine, but just compare it to what you spend for other forms of entertainment, wherever that may be, whether it's just a plain old movie house or going to some opera in town or whatever, and then compare it to the enjoyment you get from Channel 26, and then think about how much you should pledge to WETA. 379-1300.
We're interested in turning viewers and listeners into members, and tonight we are simulcasting with FM 91 so that you will get the best possible sound accompanying a wonderful TV program. Audience statistics indicate that thousands of you take advantage of the stereo sound produced by FM 91. Do you know that in an average year, WETA simulcasts over 50 programs? All of us get the best possible worlds in those situations, and we hope that you'll call us now at 379-1300 to let us know how important simulcasts are to you by making a pledge right now. We feel extremely fortunate that WETA has both a TV and FM station. It gives a dimension that not very many public television stations have. And WETA knows how much you enjoy music, such as tonight's tribute to Maria Callas in concert at the Met, and WETA's own superb in-performance at the White House. So, do call now with a pledge to both WETA TV and FM 91. Your support helps to guarantee that you will continue to have this delightful programming option in the years ahead.
Right. We have about 20 of our 30 operators busy here. We'd like to see them all busy. We're trying to keep these breaks down to a modest 7 minutes. And those of you who watch know that 7 minutes for us is modest. So please, if you are going to call, try to compact it in that period of time, because we don't want to destroy your programming. Join your neighbors and your friends who are joining Channel 26 tonight. Here are some of the people who have already called with their pledge. Do you have those names?
Oh, I'm going to get a few right here. I'm going to take some.
Here we go. Lee Martin of Bethesda, Maryland, thank you. Tom Quigley of Annandale, Virginia. Kenneth DeYoung of Rockville, Maryland.
And Christine Fitzgerald and Susie of Tacoma Park, and Susie Hurley of Fairfax, Virginia.
Candace Loss has a premium for you, a Met book, which you're going to be interested in.
Thanks, Paul. Actually, I have 2 ways to be very generous to WETA and have a wonderful gift in the bargain. $120 pledge for the Met 100 Years of Grand Opera. A beautiful book. I'm going to tantalize you a little bit. I know you know who this is. This is Joan Sutherland in Lucia. It's a beautiful book, over 300 color and black and white pictures. $120 pledge. We also have the WETA Director's Chair, which I have personally tried out. It's comfortable, it's durable, and very lightweight. $120 pledge. You can put it together in no time. Navy blue duck canvas. Give us a call, 379-1300. We need your help. Please call us. Paul.
Yes, ma'am. You are absolutely right. We have almost all our phones busy right now. We got a couple of more minutes before we go back to the program. Try to move up there and make your call. It only takes a minute to expedite it, so please call us. We spend a great deal of time during these breaks encouraging viewers and listeners to become members of WETA. It's very important to bring as many people as we can into the WETA family to share in the support of these outstanding programs. But we know that many of you watching and listening right now are members of WETA. We want to thank you and let you know that we appreciate your encouragement and that we are very grateful for your support. As a matter of fact, in the last few days, you should have received a letter from Ward Chamberlain and Sally Wells reporting on the current status of WETA. Also enclosed is your 1983 program ballot. We want your opinion on the best programs aired in 1983 and what you want more of in the coming year. Be sure to read these letters carefully and respond today in the envelope we've provided. Membership support is vital at WETA, and we need your help now more than ever. Once again, to all of you who are already members, thank you. And I want to say one other thing, too. Those of you who are already members have obviously given to Channel 26, and sometimes you feel put out that you have to endure our pleadings even when you have responded.
But most members understand.
Yes, we ask you to please be patient and understand that there are a lot of other people who haven't heeded the word like you have.
In fact,
so bear with
only
us.
1 out of 4 viewers of WETA actually is a member,
That's
and
right.
our goal is to turn every single viewer and listener into a member. There's a very big difference between a viewer of WETA and a supporter of WETA.
Right.
So we ask you to become supporters by calling 379-1300 with your membership pledge right now. If we could get everybody who watched and listened to WETA to become a member, we'd be set.
We would be home watching this instead of being
Yes.
here, okay? It's as simple as that.
We're getting ready to go back.
Connecticut College Club of Washington here for their fine support answering your phones. We'll see you in a little while.
WETA's Monday evening broadcast operations are supported in part by a grant from the Riddell Companies. This program is a simulcast on WETA 26 and FM 91.
Welcome back to more of our celebration of the art of Maria Callas. Callas made her debut at the Paris Opera in 1958 in a gala concert carried live throughout Europe by television. It was in Paris that she made her home, and it was here she died on September 16th, 1977. Tonight, conductor Seiji Ozawa, music director of the Boston Symphony, will lead the next part of our tribute to Maria Callas with soprano Jessie Norman, tenor Jean Dupuis, and bass Jose Van Damme. He has chosen 4 excerpts from Berlioz' The Damnation of Faust. They are the Minuet of the Will-o'-the-Wisps, Mephistopheles' Serenade, the trio for Marguerite, Faust, and Mephistopheles, and finally, the aria L'amour, l'ardente flamme. And now Jessie Norman will sing Marguerite's aria d'Amour l'ardente flamme. From the stage of the Paris Opera House, Seiji Ozawa has conducted 4 excerpts from Berlioz's dramatic legend, The Damnation of Faust. Maestro Ozawa began with the minuet of the Will-o'-the-Wisps, played by the Paris Opera Orchestra. Then the serenade was sung by José Van Damme. The trio was performed by Jesse Norman, Jean Dupuis, and Mr. Van Damme. And finally, the aria L'amour, l'ardente flamme was sung by Miss Norman. Before a brief intermission, we return to Maria Callas and an aria from Bizet's Carmen, filmed at a concert in Hamburg in 1962 with conductor Georges Prêtre. She will be performing the Seguidilla from Bizet's Carmen. After a brief intermission, we will return for the conclusion of tonight's gala celebration of the art of the late Maria Callas. It will come to you from London and the Royal Opera House at Covent Garden, where Dame Kiri Te Kanawa and James McCracken will be seen in a staged performance of the final act of Verdi's Otello. You will also hear Callas in a film performance of Tosca.
We are here live in the Channel 26 studios, and we want to make viewers members here at Channel 26. That's why we are here. And to encourage you to do that, listen to this. The law firm of Linhaus & Blocker has made a generous match during this break. If you call now with the pledge of $100, this law firm will give WETA an additional $100. Double your money just like that by calling 379-1300. You pledge 100, we get 100 more.
Let's check for our goal tonight. Tonight's special, we had 355 calls we wanted to get.
Yes.
So far we have 145. The miracle of my computer mind, it means we have 210 left to get before the night is over.
Well, those phones need to be ringing off the hook.
We have one more segment of this program to go, and it is superb, as you can see here. The performances are wonderful. The music is great. To see these clips of Maria Callas is another astounding thing. WETA has been around for 22 years. You know that? 22 years of dedicated service to this community. We are known as one of the premier radio and TV stations in the nation, and that is thanks to your support. 60% of our operating and programming budget comes from you. So the more you give, the better we get, and the better things you get. Help us be the best around. Help us bring you more simulcast presentations like this evening's. Call 379-1300, pledge $20, $40, $60 or more. You get back what you give every day when you turn to WETA TV and FM 91.
And we're talking about quality programming. You know, that is one of the main reasons that many people become members here at WETA, the quality programming. And that means entertaining, enlightening, informative programming that you can depend on day after day, 365 days each year. WETA broadcasts over 6,000 hours of quality programming each year. That adds up to more than 8,000 programs, and pulling that off is not easy and it's not cheap. It takes money.
You're right. Now, you've helped us along the way. We're asking you to continue your support, those of you who have already given us support, but we're really appealing to those people who have good intentions, who are more than able to give to WETA and think that they should. They're disposed to do it, but they just haven't gotten around to it. Now is the time to do it. We have our operators here that are here for no other reason than to take your calls. It'll take a minute, and you'll be a member, and you will have done your duty. Quality programming has its price. The price of quality here at WETA is simply a membership, just $20. $20 enrolls you as a basic member. Do you know how long we've had that $20?
Oh, that's been it for a long time.
We talk about inflation and things going up and everything. We have had that, I think, for the last 4 or 5 years at least. When everything else has gone up, the $20 membership has stayed the same. Your $20 membership helps ensure that even in these difficult times, the quality can continue. A pledge of $20 or more is a significant way for you to say, yes, I want to show my support. Your support is more important than ever before. We don't want to settle for second best, and I know that you don't want to either. Shortcuts in programming are an easy way out, and they may save money in the beginning, but excellence and quality must prevail, and can, as long as both you and WETA made commitments. WETA's commitment to you is to continue presenting quality entertainment, public affairs, and educational programming. Your commitment in return, simply to support WETA. Really a commitment to your community and to your family as well. WETA welcomes you as a viewer and listener, but needs you now more than ever as a member. Join us here at WETA tonight. Here is Candace Lass now with a fine premium enticement for you. Candace?
Thanks, Paul. You know, one of the enjoyable parts of our job in the development department is trying to search out the very best premiums and incentives that we can find, and this one is really a beauty. It's the Met, the book commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Met's inception. It is a beautiful book, and I'll tell you there's an advantage here. With a $120 pledge, we'll send it to you. You don't have to lug it home. It is a very heavy book. It's over 300 pages, lots of pictures, color and black and white. If you call us and ask for the Met book, $120 pledge. Beautiful, beautiful book. More than a cocktail table book. We also have the WETA Big Bag. Now, we just had a call and somebody wanted us to describe how big it is. I would say it's big enough for a big summer weekend, spring weekend. It holds quite a bit. It's very attractive, washable, terrific bag. It's available for a pledge of $75. Call us, ask for the Big Bag. Paul.
Things are desperately quiet here, my friend. We have a goal tonight of 355 calls, and we were at the beginning of this break. We needed 210 to make that goal, so please help us. We have about 20 operators not doing anything. Tell them about the match.
Also, the law firm of Linos and Blocker has made a generous match during this break. If you call now with your pledge of $100, the law firm will give WETA an additional $100. Your $100 pledge turns into $200 thanks to the law firm of Linos and Blocker. So help us take advantage of this matching money.
You know, the most important benefit of your membership to WETA is, of course, the programming. Where can you find programming like you're getting tonight? With this one show right here, where can you find it? Where can you enjoy great performances like tonight's tribute to Maria Callas, with an added bonus of a simulcast on WETA FM with great sound? Great sounds, great pictures here on WETA. We also have documentaries that let you explore the world in series like the National Geographic Specials and Nova. Programming is the reason WETA remains a different kind of station, and your membership dollars are what makes the difference. Remember, public broadcasting is viewer supported. Your membership pledge makes all the difference. So call now, 379-1300, become a part of the group of people that cares about the kind of programs they watch and listen to.
And we want to remind you there are lots of benefits to your membership in WETA. With a $20 basic membership pledge, you get a full year subscription to the Dial magazine. It's tax deductible, and you get quality programming.
What a deal. Enjoy
we are
the last
going back
segment of the
to
program.
Callas.
We'll see you.
This program is a simulcast on WETA 26 and FM 91.
It was at the Royal Opera House in London in 1965, in a production of Puccini's Tosca by Franco Zeffirelli, that Callas made her final appearance on the operatic stage. We continue this homage to Maria Callas with a section of Act Two of that production, videotaped on this stage in 1964 with Callas and baritone Tito Gobbi Escarpia. With it, we remember her not as a mythic, far-removed operatic legend, but as a vibrant, creative artist.
Eccellenza, l'angelotto giuntere è ucciso! È bello si offenda, marco alle parche! E l'altro prigioniero non mi accavava d'ossi! È tutto pronto, eccellenza! Zitto! Aspetta. Simular, non posso far grazia aperta. Bisogna che tutti abbiano per morto il cavalier. Quest'uomo fido provvederà.
Chi m'assicuro?
L'ordine che io gli darò, voi qui presente. Poletta, chiudi. Muta, mancato d'avviso, il prigioniere sia fucilato. Attenti, come facemmo dei conte Palmieri, uccisione volata, come avete del Palmieri, hai ben compreso. Ho ben compreso, va.
Voglio avvertirlo io stesso.
E sia, le darai passo, vada, allora quarta. Sì, come Palmieri. Io tenni la promessa.
Non ora. Voglio un salvocondotto onde fuggire dallo stato con lui.
Partir dunque volete.
Sì, per sempre.
Si adempia il voler vostro.
Tonight, from this theatre that has such rich memories of Callas's art, Sir Colin Davis, music director of the Royal Opera, will lead a performance of the final act of Verdi's Otello, beginning with Desdemona's Willow Song. In this stage performance, the title role will be sung by tenor James McCracken, who appeared at the Metropolitan Opera in New York with Callas, and Desdemona will be sung by Dame Kiri Tekanawa.
Diceste questa sera le vostre preci. Se vi sovviene di qualche colpa commesso, che attenda grazia dal ciel, imploratela tosto. T'appretta, uccidere non voglio l'anima tua. Pensa tuoi peccati, perciò tu muori. Non incastio, compatamente Dio ti donai di testi, nella sua mano piti, confessa alla cassura, sarà che sei sul tuo letto di morte, per morir tosto. Morto e per sempre. Viva